Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go into um, other panel contributions, and then I want to tackle Oscar on behalf of, because they say if you have the opportunity to see the king, you have not had your breakfast, you should be yawning. So I understand the issues, I understand what we need to do, because we need to hear from Oscar as the principal driver of that apex, of that regulatory. But I want us to quickly hear from Shelter Afrique. I know that recently they also in Naira Pond, which I think is which was very significant. It's a significant milestone also for the market, and those are the kind of stories that we also need to be sharing on this platform. So Ben, I'm over to you. Don't forget our agreement for 5 minutes. I think you can do your 10 minutes because you traveled all the way. So 10 minutes. much. Okay, so I'll proceed very quickly. Thank you. Um, Certainly, finally, certainly, but not the least, I'd like to call on Mr. Lunge to share the perspectives of his own trading platform, the NASD OTC platform.
Hello. Yeah, I think I can speak.
It would be nice if you can explain what NASD is for.
I will, I will do that. I am bucking the trend by not going to the podium because I don't think I have a long speech. Although I have a presentation. I've sat down and I thank all the speakers. But I think that I don't know how you feel, but we need a call to action. Because there are problems everywhere in this system. But we come here perhaps every year. This is my first time here. Thank the organizers for inviting me. But the problems will not go away just by enunciating them. We have to find a solution through with the problems. So I hear things like uh, pricing, funding, affordable housing. So maybe if we put the concepts more articulately, solutions will then begin to grow. So, having said that, let me just introduce a bit about why I'm here. So, I work for a company called NASD PLC. It's an OTC, over-the-counter exchange. It's the smaller brother of the NGX. Um, my big brother Oscar has said what can happen, but how do we make it happen? Um, Beyond that, I did have a cap of working in the pension industry, and everybody eyes the pension industry jealously and think that 13 trillion should be brought into this market or solve all of our developmental challenges. I often had the challenge of saying to people that the pension funds are not to solve developmental challenges. They are supposed to pay for when you can't work anymore, when you retire. So the objectives are sort of misaligned, but if properly articulated, we can bring that money in. And that's where the challenge is. We haven't defined the size of this challenge. That's just the problem. So everyone is working in silos and trying to make an impact, and that impact won't happen until we bring everything together and begin to say what is available housing rather than affordable. Housing cannot be affordable when everything in the chain is unaffordable. So it is in solving all the points in the chain that you then begin to make housing affordable. That's what needs to happen, and that's when you now have sustainable financing. You don't have to ask the investors to bring money because they will bring it because they can find value in what they're doing. So there are quite a number of issues. I mean, it's not just speech. There are quite a number of issues that need to be solved. For instance, what is the size of capital that is required for an average mortgage, primary mortgage institution? We walk around as if they don't matter, and most of the people in this system think that the banks can sort it out for us. So Shelter Africa has shown us that you can create signaling for how developers can finance the projects. What kind of signaling can we bring for how people can borrow money in a democratic way? I can walk into, it's a young person, as Madam said, I can walk into a mortgage bank and I can determine what is required for me to get money to buy a home. That information is not available. So Keshe said yesterday that data is key. Let us have that data. Let us analyze that data, break it down, and then begin to increase all of the system. And think about it. If you're going to bring in houses into the system, most of the houses are going to be outside of the main living area. So why do we need government. We need government perhaps create a railway so that it brings people in a logical way back and forth. New towns development. It's also a concept. These are the things that we need to talk about. So for so that I don't talk too much. I mean, I know that was time. My call to action is simple. Let's do critical things that will make things change. And the first thing that I would really like to see is to test the listing of a mortgage-backed security from the assets that have been refinanced by NMRC on our markets, so that we begin to see what really is the pricing for what really will investors put on um, mortgage assets. A good thing to note is that mortgage assets default risk is very low. The bonds of NMRC, I think, if you look at the annual reports, it's less than 1% default rate. So that policy is the policy. So if they are able to refinance those assets, we will implore them not to put that money back into the refinances, but bring that money into the primary market to create more mortgage. And then we begin to see whether the cycle can hold and it can be tested. And that's how the market then begins to become creative. The market is not going to be subsidized by government. It's going to be held by the private sector, by investor capital voluntarily coming to find use. The cycle begins to be created. No matter how expensive it is, we would find people who would borrow and make the system work. So the GSM telephony came in at a very expensive price. What is GSM telephony today? That's how you find the market. And I think that's what we do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lunge. Um, just to just to underscore a few points, Oscar, I have three questions for you. But I always like to stress the fact that we almost understand that investment capital is rational. There's a particular direction. I always predict where capital will go based on certain factors: risk, exit, governance, the basic factors that drive. And I always also like to stress that as real estate people, you must know that capital is always competing. So as you are trying to attract capital in real estate, there are alternative investments. Today there's crypto, there are all manners of investments. So at any point in time, they were trying to discuss the issue of attracting funds to this market. It must be. Now, my first question, Oscar, is that one of the things that we found is that government always tend to crowd out private sector. So I'll give you an example. Today, for pension assets, government securities is about 74-75%. Real estate is about 2.6%. It's just about less than 1%. So when you have a situation where government has such an overreaching effect on the market, what do you do? That's my first question. Number two, I believe that developers here are willing to, are itching to hear from you. Now, so today I'm a developer, so I'm up to 5 or an engineer or something, and I want to approach the capital market. What are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things that I need to put in place? Maybe I will allow you to tackle these two.
Hello, can you hear me? The question of right now is a question that is not particular markets, especially in Nigeria. If you look at the bond market, the largest issuer is development. rely on market to advertise. You tend by very active government participation. Sometimes, yes, it does crowd out. But what you then see is an increase in the price that the president to access the same funds. The way to tackle it, I think, is the government has to be a catalyst. They have to help to create that yield curve that even allows you to then take your pricing, then your credit rating and all of that. But over time, they have to start reducing their participation as a player and go into more policy and regulatory guidance to allow the private sector to really fully express itself. The challenge that we have in frontier markets and newly developing markets is that the governments, the policymakers, the regulators, they are the players. And so really you are not able to extract the kind of value that you could if you were to separate those three things and allow the private sector to really run within the policy framework and the regulatory framework. Your second question, what are those things that developers have to do if they want to access the market? I think it is the same thing that any company that wants to come to the market has to do, be it on the equity side or the fixed income side. So when I talk about fixed income, all the different things that you've heard today, backed securities to sukuk to sustainability bonds and the rest of it. First thing, I think one of the speakers up here already touched upon, you have to have a framework because now you're coming to public markets and you're asking people that don't know you from Adam to give you money. So you must have a framework, proper accounting, proper strategy and narrative so people buy your story. If you're a developer and you're 500,000 unit project and you've already determined where the demand will come from, the off-takers, you have strong backers that have a track record of strong corporate governance and are not just going to take the money and run away. Rating, if you're going to come on the debt side. On the equity side, if you're coming, you need to be able to really tell that story and be able to be transparent and give all the information that the potential investors are going to want in order to come in. So it is easy because the kind of financing in terms of accounting that we're looking for is the IFRS standards. So people have to be compliant with those standards. There are corporate governance standards, different codes. The SEC has guidelines, like there's a national code, people have to comply to it. You have the so it's very straightforward. There's nothing peculiar about housing. The last point I want to make, in the housing value chain, you'll be amazed at how many companies are already listed and how many bonds are already in place that are financing different projects. Because like somebody else mentioned, it's a value chain. So it's not just development. We have building material from an industrial perspective. So Dangote, who are Lafarge, these are massive companies. Then you have the people like Berger Paints that are in the, provide other types of things that you need. We have people in the mortgage side, associated savings also in this company. We have people that have also done structured products, units, union, and a few other people have done rates. We're really looking forward to NMRC going into that repackaging. Now they've issued bonds, they've done the mortgages, buying and packaging those mortgages, securitizing them, and bringing them back into the market to free up capital to do it all over again. The same thing with REITs, right? So you're freeing up capital to do it all over again. So it then becomes a circle, a virtuous circle that continues to free up capital for you to do new product and projects and be able to really tackle this problem, which is a big ticket problem.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I mean, unfortunately, when you have these interesting conversations, time is never your friend. So I'm just going to go to all the panelists just to round up 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Last word for this session. If you have anything to say, I'll start with Benga. The last word.
Hello, can you hear me? Thank you very much. Basically, at the Family Plan, affordability, give out loans at 6%. There's no bank in Nigeria that does 6%. So there, I say you give out funds at affordable rate. Like I said, it makes that even now we have, normally when you give out mortgage, to have equity mortgage. But we found out that the income levels of seeking so up to even with equity, certain mortgages that if you want a mortgage to go sign maybe 100% rare plan. So what I'm trying to say in essence is we recognize that fact that what we have, like I said, in terms of mortgage penetration in Nigeria is very, very low. So we're trying to define the mortgage market so that at least in terms of mortgage GDP ratio, come up.
Okay. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you. So final comments.
Please go on.
Yeah. Okay. Capital markets definitely is the way if we really want to essentially create scale and impact and really create these affordable housing units that our sisters and brothers really need them in the continent. That's the way. Each one of us here have got a role and an opportunity to tap into market in our various capacities. Shelter Africa will continue to do that, to tap into this market. We need to be innovative as well, as has been mentioned here in terms of the different financial instruments that we package for the market. And then lastly, we need to protect this market. This market works on the belief is when you get the funding, how you use it, we need to create that confidence. So when you get that bucket, deploy it in the right manner so that they can have the confidence when you go back, they can come again and actually invest in you. And I think for me, that will be the key. The market is there, but we tap at how we utilize those fundings are very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Longer. Certainly not the least. Final. Are you the moderator?
Okay, sorry. All right. Simply, I just would say that subsidy creates gates, and when you have subsidy, you have gatekeepers. So you really can't grow by subsidizing housing markets. If you want financing to come in, you need to signal and you need to gauge at what rate investors will bring their capital and begin to grow it. So for us, we need to specifically advertise what the mortgage rate is. And with blended financing, we can then bring the mortgage rate to a more affordable rate. And all the players have to begin to develop capacity and transparency, like most people have said. But it is important for us to deal with the mortgage rates and let it be a signal that the executive, the government, now relates to in trying to develop financial policy. That's what we're going to strive for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Finally, I would say is the big masquerade that comes out last. This is Ladia. The final comments.
My emphasis on the most critical in all of this, the most relevant and critical stakeholders in all of this are the primary market funds. We own the business of creation of financial solutions. And the way it's looking, the millennials, if we do not satisfy their urge to take advantage of the opportunities that we have to provide for them, will be left behind. I think what we need to do as primary market funds is to come together as we usually do, look at all of these capital finance that everybody has spoken about, and we shouldn't leave out the money markets, and we take our position as we used to do. Thank you.
Please, let's put our hands together for my wonderful panel. I mean, there isn't so much to be said again. It's so clear that we need to focus on the capital market. It's supposed to be the intermediator, between providers of capital and the users of capital. And all the points which have been raised, as we normally do at this conference, we'll put them together, and that will be the basis of the action points that we will take in the future. I'd like to thank you for being a wonderful participating audience this morning. Thank you, and God bless.
of funding from this same market, refinancing of mortgages. And of course, we also know that in the last 2 years, we've had new entrants in the non-interest banking space. Apart from Jais, apart from Sterling Bank, now we have Lotus, we have SunTrust, and quite a number of other players. It only shows the increasing importance of this source of funding. And I'm sure we want to see how can this area of funding, how can it support us in real estate? Talking about how do we ensure, how can we access funds for real estate, housing supply, which is development. How can developers access funds to create more houses? For a country, the housing deficit of 22 million, 27, or whatever number you choose, the fact is there is a huge deficit. And the earlier we start addressing this, the better. So we must tap all sources of funding for us to increase the supply of housing. And then beyond housing supply, which is the supply side, because even if you develop all the houses, you must also find accesses for funding for housing finance, for mortgages. How do you ensure houses that are developed are being owned? How do you ensure increased supply of mortgages for those who want to acquire houses to own and to live in? And of course, how do you ensure that those who want to buy houses for rental housing, how do you increase this? And as such, like I said, this will be a very interesting session. That as a background, and we have the honor to have quite a number of major players in the industry who will be here with us today. I will call on them to take their seats, and then before we start the presentation, we have here the MD CEO of Lotus Bank, Kafila Karoye, who is ably represented by Al-Adnan Abdul Karim. He did not an applause as he comes up stage. We also have here with us the MD of CEO Jais Bank, Azlan Usman, also represented by the group head, Mansour Imam from Jais Bank. Please come up stage. We also have here with us as a panelist, the Acts Managing Director of Abbey Mortgage Bank, who is represented by Dipo Adeoye, ED. Please come on stage. Let's give a round of applause as he walks off stage. We're also pleased to have here with us the MD of Nigeria Mortgage Finance Company, represented by the head of IT. Please come up stage. It's my brother, so that's why I didn't mention his name. I'm sure he's a well-known face in this market. Come up, thank you so much. I'm sure other panelists will join us as we start the session. But before we go into the presentation proper, because we have major presentations by Lotus Bank and by Jais Bank. There was a presentation by Ms. Abdulhamid yesterday. That is the chairman of Multistreaming Finance from Egypt. Unfortunately, we couldn't take that presentation, so we'll probably kickstart our program today with that. We'll have our presentation online. She's ready now and it's online. So we'll probably take our presentation first. Our presentation is a contribution on affecting housing finance, lessons from other jurisdictions. So please, if you are ready, can we have that presentation? I'm sure she's ready. So, without further ado,
is everyone online and ready and the attendance is here? So can we start? Egypt has established the right to housing constitutionally in 1978 of the Egyptian constitution stipulates that the state guarantees citizens the right to adequate, safe, and healthy housing. The constitutional obligation is the main reason for establishing the mortgage finance, the social housing and mortgage finance fund, which guarantees the right to housing and a sustainable program to fulfill this right. We'll begin by throwing some lights on Egypt's demographic and economic indicators and market data. So Egypt has a population of 103 million as of 2022, 25 million households with an average household size of around 4.1 persons. In 2021, the population increased by 2.5 million. This is the average annual increase of population, so a huge number that put more stress on us to provide adequate housing sufficient every year to cover the population and household formation. Our urban residents represent 42 population, while rural residents represent 57. So big room for more urbanization. The workforce in Egypt is around 30 million citizens. The marriages we get around 1 million citizens every year, 947,000 to be average, compared to 806K in the previous year. For the household spending, we have around 20% average family spending on housing of the monthly income. The real estate stock is 53 million. That was in 27. Probably we have more now, but we do the census every 10 years, so we will update this by 2027. The tenure is more or less around 66%, so quite like the rest of the world. 1% of the existing housing stock needs replacement, so that's also a demand that needs to be fulfilled every year. The mortgage, some highlights on the mortgage business in Egypt. So we issued a mortgage law in 2001, which sets the rules for underwriting criteria for any mortgage loan. The law stipulates that the maximum loan to value to be 90% maximum, so we cannot finance 100% of the property. The maximum installment should not exceed 40% of monthly income. This can be reviewed by the regulators in view of the economic conditions, but this is what we currently apply. The minimum loan to offer to a single person should not exceed 10% of a mortgage company equity. We have the banks also that extend mortgages, as well as mortgage companies that are single product offering specialized in mortgages. The properties must be valued by certified appraisers before being financed by any lender, either a bank or a mortgage company. The income must be verified and accepted by the lending entity, and the amortization term must be predetermined in advance. The mortgage finance companies are regulated by a financial regulatory authority, which offer mortgages along with banks, as I explained, and the mortgage contracts are standardized between banks and mortgage companies. In 2006, we also established a mortgage refinance company in collaboration and with the technical assistance of the World Bank to help prepare us secondary market for the mortgage sector. So the company was established by the Central Bank of Egypt, the fund, and IFC, and 30 other banks and mortgage companies. These entities are the only ones who are allowed to benefit from the Egyptian mortgage refinance facility. So if you are not a shareholder, you cannot get loans from the Egyptian mortgage refinance company. The facility we took from the World Bank, we started the financing by the World Bank. We took financing by the World Bank of 11 million. Hello? Yes. So 11 million facility from the World Bank in local currency. We used to refinance some of the shareholders. The ultimate goal of the company is definitely to be a regular issuer of bonds. So far, we did not yet issue any bond through the mortgage refinance companies. We are planning this very soon. But the company has succeeded to refinance around 320 million loans worth of loans as of April 2022, and will be tapping the mortgage, the bond market this year or the coming year. The mortgage market indicators, we started very modest, very slow. The numbers, in 2006, we had like 6 mortgage companies. Now we have like 15 mortgage companies. As I explained, we need to certify real estate appraisals, mortgage brokers, real estate agents. All these are stakeholders in the law that are regulated and are registered with FRA. So we have, like, we started with 94 appraisal experts. Now we have 258 mortgage brokers, also 244 real estate agents that are responsible of the foreclosure when needed in cases of default are 266, and we have 1 mortgage refinance companies. The size of the market has grew from as small as 16 and 38 offered by banks and companies to now more than 3.5 billion, around 3.5 billion US dollars so far. What we do as a fund, the social housing and mortgage finance law in 2020, in 2014, as I explained, we had a new constitution, and by virtue of this constitution, the social housing fund was established. Before that, we used to have only a mortgage fund that was responsible of facilitating the mortgages for low income only through subsidy. The social housing fund came into existence in 2014, which was responsible of building and providing the necessary financing for building the units. And in 2018, we had a merger of both funds into the social housing and mortgage finance fund, which I have the pleasure and the honor to be the CEO of ever since. I used to be the CEO of both funds, and then we had this merger, so that has to consolidate and have more synergies. SHMFF was mandated to propose, plan, release social housing projects, supervise building adequate and suitable homes, ensure sustainable mortgage finance, set housing policies, regulations, and mortgage program guidelines. It also provides housing units in existing and newly established cities, newly constructed cities. We have a big board that is chaired by the Minister of Housing, and with the representation of various ministers. We have 5 ministers on board, so like 5, it's like a small cabinet. The board consists of 18 persons, 5 experts and 5 ministers, and 2 representatives of the CBE and the Financial Regulatory Authority. So the 18 members are there, and we meet frequently every couple of months, so make sure that we are fulfilling our strategy and mandates. Our policies, the units, as I explained, we established unified criteria for the unit we established as a fund. The low income housing, we established was 2 units, 2 rooms units and 3 rooms unit. Most of the units we constructed through SHMFF were in the 90 square meter, the 3 room unit. The cost is around 25,000. US dollar, and for the 75 square meter is around 20,000. That's the current cost. The prices for middle income, also we establish units for middle income that ranges from 10,000 to 100,000 units, $100,000. The target beneficiaries for low income are Egyptian citizens, household income that does not exceed 4,000 US dollar per year, and for a family, 5,000 US dollar. The household's annual income for middle income are 8,500 for individuals and 11,000 for a family. That's the middle income sets. The age for the beneficiaries should be between 21 and 50. The citizens should be first-time home buyers. Only one unit per household. SHMFF is implementing a smart subsidy strategy through allocating direct demand side subsidy graded according to beneficiaries' incomes to improve transparency, purchasing power, and access to finance. In addition, a mortgage interest rate subsidy is also provided to encourage lenders to participate and to reduce interest rate risk for both the lenders and the beneficiaries, and improve the affordability for beneficiaries. The mortgage interest rate subsidy, we had like 3 initiatives so far, an initiative for 7%, and 50% for the lower income strata, and this for low income. This was an initiative by the central bank. Mortgages were for 20 years. Recently, we also, the central bank also initiated another initiative for 3% over 30 years. The banks we deal with and the mortgage companies are currently 31 banks, 31 banks and mortgage companies. They lend at the rates identified in the initiatives, and a compensation is granted to the bank either by the Ministry of Finance or the Central Bank of Egypt to compensate between the market rate and the rate of the initiative, so that the banks are properly compensated. The residential unit price, we sell the units at cost, so no profit margin. We take a 5% maintenance deposit. We take it also with while doing the mortgage loan. These deposits, we use the income we get on the deposits to maintain the units in good conditions. We also not charge the beneficiaries for the infrastructure cost or the land. We provide direct cash subsidy ranging from $270 to $3,000. So the average subsidy is around 10% of the unit. These are some of the units we are offering beneficiaries. We started in 2014 with a very modest number of 395 beneficiaries. And now in 2022, we have extended mortgages and provided subsidy to 400,000 beneficiaries. The financing in 2014 was 916, and now we are at 2.5 billion. So quite more than 70 or 75% of mortgages extended in Egypt were for the low income category. The subsidy also in 2014 was a small number of 4.3. Now we approach 378 million. Increasing the where we standed when the fund was established in 2015. Egypt has constructed in the 30 years prior to 2005. In the 30 years before 2005, we established around 1.2 million These are some of the units we are building. We build the units with all the services required. The average number of units we built in the past 7 years were 200,000 per year in Egypt compared to less than 40,000 per year before the establishing of the fund. We established also the units mostly in new cities, 75% in new cities, with all the services required. And these are pictures of all the services offered inside the facilities. Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Please, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, I lost the voice somehow.
Hamid, can you hear us? Are you still there? I think it's frozen. The technical team, do you have any? Maybe she's having a problem. Just wait for a few minutes.
Yes, sorry, can you hear me? I had some issues.
We can hear
I had
you.
some issues. I think, okay. Okay. So that's what we established so far in the previous years for establishing those sustainable the new urban communities, which is constructed on behalf of SHMFF, has been awarded the UN Habitat Scroll of Honor, one of the world's most prestigious prizes presented to projects working on sustainable urbanization as a recognition of the Egyptian social housing program, which has played a pivotal role in ensuring the provision of adequate housing in terms of location and connectivity, affordability, and services such as schools, hospitals, playgrounds, and green spaces in newly built cities. Also, the fund started applying the first affordable housing green pyramid rating system for constructing 25,000 units by 2024. The aim of this is to decrease the electricity consumption rate by 70% using solar cellars and heaters, rationalize water usage by 40%, and recycle solid waste, reduce carbon emissions by 33% to 39% through using eco-friendly building materials. The units we build, we ensure the proximity to work location, so the commuting time should not exceed 60 minutes. 75% of the housing units we are building are in new cities, as I highlighted earlier. The building designs are very decent within unpolluted locations, and the buildings are separated from each other with green spacing as shown in the pictures. Also among our policies and strategy, we provide adequate housing. The housing interior, the architectural design takes into account the privacy and requirements of the Egyptian family. So we have like 3 rooms and 2 rooms models, plus hall, plus kitchen, plus bathroom, plus balcony. All the houses have adequate ventilation and lighting. Some buildings are equipped with solar heaters to save energy. We ensure access to clean water and safe disposal of sewage in all buildings. To ensure we have good governance, we have established an internal audit committee. We are preparing annually a review that is done by an independent verification agency that provides a report that is also shared with the World Bank, who is one of our largest partners, who has provided finance to us mainly for subsidy for low income. We have also established a monitoring and evaluation unit that monitors the performance on a monthly, quarterly, and annual basis to make the targets we set for ourselves since the beginning. We also were very focused on obtaining engagement, so we conduct periodically surveys with beneficiaries to get their feedback on the housing units, the locations, the services provided, their needs, and how can services be improved. The feedback is highly important for us, and we take these views into consideration in every future project we do. The funding, as I explained, we have funding for the beneficiaries from mainly 3 sources. The initiatives of the central banks, of the Central Bank of Egypt, that is financing beneficiaries at subsidized mortgage rate. So we had 2 initiatives, one for 20 billion in 2015, and another one that was recently launched last year for 100 billion, so 120 billion in total to finance the beneficiaries through the banking system and the financial sector system. We have the World Bank loan proceeds. We have obtained 3 loans from the World Bank, totaling 1.3 million. So far, we have used the first loan for 300 million. The 2 other loans for 1 billion, we have almost disbursed 600 million. These loans are used to pay the cash subsidy for the beneficiaries. So, and the rest is done by the down payments from the beneficiaries. So basically, the transaction or the funding for a low income is done through a mortgage, cash subsidy, plus the down payment fee is paid. The current balance of the loans offered to low income, as I said, is 2.5 billion so far. We will definitely expand while we deliver more units. As I highlighted earlier, we delivered 430 households. clerical staff, tightly managed operation, SHM team of the group. We are give priority to gender equality, so 40% of our employees are women. In addition, we also sure to motivate and the staff so that as we can increase as I explained, we are 232, but we rely on commercial banks to meet with the beneficiaries and do the loan. We rely on private investigation companies to check the eligibility criteria, the income level, not on house before. So we have 10 investigation companies that we use their survey date, the information and the documents presented by the beneficiaries or the applicants. We have the private sector housing developers. We are ready to provide subsidies for beneficiaries who want also to buy units from the private sector. And we subsidize the construct the contract.
Thank you very much, Abdulhamid. Thank you for your instructive presentation. Can we have a round of applause? It's quite instructive because we can see that in Egypt, there is intervention on the housing supply side, apart from the demand side. So this is very instructive for NMRC. This is a take-home place, which means we need to see how we can expand our areas of operation. This, we just heard from the chairman of Egypt Finance Fund. Please, I hope you stay online, Abdulhamid, so that we can take questions as we go along. Thank you so much again for your time for this wonderful presentation. We'll probably now go on with our proceedings. I also want to call on stage one of the panelists, Abubakar Sadiq Mohammed, the founder and CEO of Needs Realty Limited. Please, can you give him a round of applause as he comes off stage? Sorry, maybe he just stepped out. I'm sure when he comes, he will join us. We'll now take the presentation from Lotus. Alhassan Abdul Karim, please, you have the floor for your presentation. Thank you.
Chairman, I would like to pray for your indulgence and existing protocol. Good afternoon, everybody. Can I have my presentation, please? Good afternoon, once again. Yeah, I'm making this presentation on behalf of my NPC. This is a calculated Arawe rules on avoiding impacts. We haven't the week have avoided here to veritable financing platform. Basically, it's saying non-interest banking as a genuine platform for financing. Um, my presentation is long, but I'm sure you will see some of the reasons why I mentioned non-interest banking as uh, financing actually for real estate. Non-interest banking is a banking business that is conducted in line with rules of trade and commerce. It's a business in which the financial institutions agree and accept to share both the profit loss from the business as well as also share the risk associated with the business. The business model is that you cannot just have money, sit down, and then demand for someone to give you profit or return from time to time. You have to take business risk, the profit you're going to claim or make from a business to be legitimate. So why is non-interest banking considered as a genuine partner in financing real estate businesses? One, it's a banking business that is for everyone. It brings a lot of people, especially in our environment, that hitherto having non-interest banking do not want to have anything to do with borrowing in their business or in their mortgages. And then it provides different alternatives also for people to try the interest and the non-interest. So it's an inclusive system that provides service for everybody. And then, unlike the counterpart, the conventional type of banking, it's a type of banking that had a wide range of flexible financing modes that meet the industry needs. You see along my presentation so many types of products that are used in partnering with real estate businesses. And it's also a business that a banking system that believes in sharing risk and returns along with the developer. It's also bring about value chain approach in the real estate business, financing the developer, suppliers of the developer, and at the end also granting mortgages to the off-takers. Therefore, we start a business with the developer, but then along the line, a lot of chain of people have benefited. And for the bank that is creating the initial financing or risk asset or partnership, along the line before concluding, it would have a pool of people that are individuals that are ready to take mortgage to already liquidate the exposure the bank is creating with the real estate developer. And again, it is a product. The products offered by non-interest banking are products that are based on specific contracts. Each type of partnership, each type of financing have specific contracts that ensure fairness is done to everybody. Now, what are the modes in which non-interest banking partner with real estate? There are three different categories that I'm going to look at. First of all, funding, basically to finance items required to develop the housing system, is under a product called Murabaha. In this, the developer sits down, look at his materials need, discuss with the bank. The bank purchases all the materials required by the developer, while the developer funds the services. So what gives him an advantage here is, as soon as the bank purchases, and the bank do not give him money, but purchase directly from the various suppliers, who could be customers of the bank, who could be traders in selling building materials. As soon as the bank purchases these materials, sell to the developer, a fixed sell is done, and a fixed amount payable by the developer is agreed. Whatever happened to the interest rate regime doesn't affect the pricing. This gives the developer an advantage to plan. He knows that once his cost of raw materials is X, for the next 18 months that he's going to pay the bank, it's not going to change. He's not going to receive a surprise letter from the bank saying there are changes in the money market, we have to change the interest rate upward. Another way is project finance. This is a situation where I've also forgotten it. Under Murabaha, also the bank can purchase acquisition of land for the developer. After acquisition of the land, the bank can also partner with the developer in developing the house in which a project finance facility is granted. The developer brings contractors that will build the house. The bank takes the risk and funds those particular contractors to build the houses in line with the requirement of the developer. Now, here the risk sharing is that while the contractors are building these houses, they are building houses for the bank and they are under the risk of the bank. So it's the bank's duty to now ensure it's managed and mitigates the risk associated with the construction On completion of the houses, the bank hands over to the developer at the agreed sales price, and it's now become his own risk to ensure the houses are sold and the bank is paid back. There are also instances where you find estate developers asking for funding to buy equipment. This is done under the Ijara lease finance. The bank purchases equipment and then lease to the developer and allow him to pay over a period of time. This gives him the chance to be able to now channel his additional liquidity into other sides of the businesses. Then there are also times where the banks looking at projects, look at it and then agree to go into partnership with the developer. The houses are built, the bank is now in the particular project. The bank has a percentage equity and then the developer also has a percentage equity. At the beginning, the equity participation of each party is agreed. Profit sharing ratio is mutually agreed. But the rule in non-interest banking is if there is a loss that happens in the normal course of the business, it is shared according to equity participation. Now, this also gives the developer an advantage. He will now be able to get funding, agree on if we sell, market is good, we sell, we make more money. If we don't make more money, and then of course we take whatever market offers. Here, the bank is not just being a lender, but working through the project along with him. This interest bank fund and partner with the estate developers. There are also situations where the size, either by the size of the project or by the level of the risk in the project, the bank is not able to provide for product. It's called Wakala agency-based financing. There are so many people, so many institutions that have liquidity and are looking for returns that will make sense to them. But then they don't trust developers to give them money. In this case, the bank comes in, take money from the excess part of the economy from these investors and serve as the manager to the investor, take the same money, fund the real estate project, and terms are agreed. At the end, the bank manages the project, monitors and supervises the developer to ensure that the investment done in that particular project is concluded, is returned. So another type also where banks come into the partnership is where the banks themselves take ownership risk. A developer is building a housing estate, and then the bank can come in on its account, purchase houses from that estate, gives the developer the money upfront. This money gives him the opportunity to do more. Or it could just be a new project. He's opening a new ground, a new estate, and then comes to the bank. The bank will say, okay, I'm buying 85% of the houses and I'm paying you upfront. But then we have to look at the economics. Once the economics are good, the bank will purchase the houses, pay the developer upfront, and also ensure that after houses develop, bank funding or financing in non-interest banking can or will not be found in a conventional banking setup. And really, this is one of the reasons, like I said, why it is determined over the platform for financing real estate businesses. Now, retail end, the banks, non-interest banks, finances mortgages in three different structures. The structure is determined by the bank and also the kind of risk appetite it has. There are situations where the bank has all the three structures. Lease structure, where the bank purchases the house, lease to the customer. And then now a house, a typical example, the customer, the bank purchases the house at the price of 20 million naira. And then agrees that to sell to the customer in the next 4 years at 20 million naira. In the next 1 year or 2 years, the customer could get that house, somebody waiting for would want to buy that house at 50 million naira or 30 million naira. By then, maybe the customer would have paid the bank 10 million naira. And when he comes to the bank, he will only pay the bank the remaining 10 million naira. And then he takes the rest of his money. This creates value for both the bank and the customer. The bank is assured that the investor's money has taken to fund this customer has returned back along with the necessary required return, while the customer goes back home happy. Diminishing musharaka is a situation where it's, the bank buys the house along with the customer in a partnership structure. While in the last one, which is Murabaha, is a direct cost plus financing. The bank buys the house, sell to the customer directly. In this case, the house belongs to the customer, and he's owing the bank the sales price. The advantage for the customer is if the house is 10 million naira, the bank now says, okay, we're selling this house to you 10 million naira. You'll pay us on monthly basis over the next 5 years. 6 months down the line, interest rate is increased in the industry. Customers of other non-interest banks got their interest rate on their financing, on their loans increased by 3-4%. This customer has nothing to worry about because the transaction between himself and his banker is a sales transaction. He's still going to pay the bank that 15 million naira. There's going to be no change. And again, these are also part of the understanding why the organizer of this program said if non-interest bank is a genuine platform for funding their real estate business. What can we do more to develop, to ensure that a lot of benefit this industry grows? There's need for a lot of liquidity. We need to raise a lot of sukuk. Sukuk is actually a kind of non-interest bond raised to fund specific projects. Investors in that particular bond in the sukuk are buying part ownership in that particular project. I'm sure a lot of us, majority of us here, are aware of the federal government's sukuk for construction of roads. 1 to about 4 streams have already been done by the federal government, and all of them were oversubscribed. It's high time we have sukuk that are raised to support the real estate sector. And as non-interest banks, we need also to syndicate, to work together, to come together, to support mega projects. Right now, what we're doing, because of the size of all the non-interest banks, we see the guys maybe doing 7-10 billion because they are older than us. A Taj could be doing only 3 or 4 billion. A Lotus could do maybe only 3 billion. But when we come together to syndicate in mega projects, we'll be able to do a lot. We also need a non-interest mortgage. It's high time we have a group of investors to come and set up non-interest mortgage. There are still a lot of people that need mortgage, but do not have access to the non-interest bank. We're just 3 in number. So non-interest mortgage will be able to bring, make mortgage or non-interest mortgage more accessible. And then also we need a non-interest real estate investment trust, where mortgages created by non-interest banks could be securitized and be sold at the capital market to raise more funding back to this bank so that they could provide more mortgage banks. There are a lot of other challenges, but my time is up. I won't have time to discuss those challenges. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity and for listening.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation. It's quite enlightening. I'm sure we can see that non-interest banking has a lot to offer for us, for those in real estate, for those on the supply side, the developer, and for those on the demand side. If you want to own your homes or you want to invest in rental housing. Thank you so much. Before we go on to the next presentation, I want to call up stage the MD of founder and CEO of Meet Reality, Bakar Sadiq Mohammed. He's also a panelist. Give him a round of applause as he walks off stage. Thank you. We hear from the Mansur Imam from Jaiz Bank on what they are doing, what products they have for those in real estate. How can we ensure that we try and fund and reduce the housing deficit we have, affordable housing, and also how do we make Nigerians homeowners? Thank you. Can you make your presentation? Please talk through it. You may not have the luxury of the more than 10 minutes we had. Please talk through your presentation so you can have time for questions and for panelists' contribution.
I want to start and also unfortunately also stand on all the bases and the background done by so this is a good one, and this is the beginning of the collaboration. As you said, there is need for more collaborations and so as you see that now I've already trimmed my presentation, just going through this. That's already done the basis and bringing you on the level of what to do, what take down to do finance. So I think because I've been in the industry for a while, I think I'm just taking down a little history on how we fund this sector and how we come to be like the darling of our developers have. I've been around stores, going down as if I'm just going there to my customers all around. So I think it's
it's a good show, and it's been going from strength to strength. This one is almost entirely black and plastic, so I'm grateful for that. So, initially, I just want to practicalize all that Hassan said. Um, when we started in a way that, okay, developers will come to us. They don't even have the land, but they have the concepts and the plan they will bring. We will look at it. There will be market for that. The economy was a bit more buoyant 10 years ago. So we go ahead with them and finance them in a way that will buy these houses off land. If you come as a developer, you don't have the land, you only are negotiating the purchase of the land with the landowner. You have your drawings and all things and all the economics around it. You come to us and you are to like build 200 houses or 100 houses. But we can then like we'll take like 40 houses at the base, that is at the market based price. Then with an agreement that, okay, once these houses are constructed, then we have the audacity, okay, sell ours first and at a rate. Let's say this guy has discounted this house for us at 20%. So we see we'll make a margin of like 20% on these houses. And we have this enhancement in it, so that whatever excess above, because the market can exist, whatever you get above that 20% is an incentive to the developer. So we done very well in that market. At that time, buy like 50 houses, 70 houses. Then towards the construction, towards when the houses are ready for market, we will sell and we'll make profit. We are happy and the developer is happy. That same money will be used to purchase the land. That same money will be used to begin the construction. So, and as time goes on, we have some challenges because these houses we've been doing, we don't even think about the off-takers. We only think, okay, these are good concepts, the pricing is good, and you can sell. Seems like speculation. So, and we burnt our fingers for some. There are some houses we held at least for 5 years. We didn't lose money anyway, because these houses have been, but for banks, we are time bound. No matter how good a project is, once it is outside the tenor, then you would look at it as bad percent. So we now graduated from that form of practice to the next one, which is maybe we only take our risk on the land, only buy the land, take the CFO as collateral, and then the developer, because of developer has been in the market, will mop up money, trying to make sure that we are paid within the period. We don't wait for houses to be constructed. Maybe if he makes sales of 40%, he pays us the land cost and continues construction. Then also, it wasn't a good mix because at some point, developers could not even raise those monies we expected for them to raise to continue the development. So you see, if we don't have a counter funding to build, we can't buy land. Also got stuck on that, and then we move on. I'm just trying to tell you history because this is how we refine the mortgage kind of the housing sector to be able to understand it and then come up with all this. Then we move on to the next, which Alasan also explained. We move on to, okay, we have some people that are risk takers. They will want to invest in real estate, but they need a platform. They need someone to guarantee their funds. They need someone to trust to give funds. They don't want to deal directly with developers, because I always say, I teach my developer friends that you guys are bankers with license, but people give you money without any license. So they will now give us as a bank, and we administer and make sure that these buildings are. And these guys, if the fund manager or the owner of fund can invest it, that is built to be 2 years. But along the line, this project might be up to 3 years. But you see, the situation we are in Nigeria, these houses will keep on going up. For him, you make more money at the end. But for us as a bank, once it passed that 2 years, we classify it as bad. So it is now become a very good synergy for us to get people that can fund. We call that wakala. People come, we only act as agents. We take commission from the fund owner, and we also take commission from the developer. We link them up, and make sure it happens. That works for us very well. We finance over, I think, if we roll over 40 billion in that sense, and a lot of people are happy. The capital owners are happy, and the developers are also happy. So, and yes, also the economic downturn, happened when the Wakala guys, that is the fund owners, are ready. In fact, they're just looking, human. So when can you get the next Wakala? We are afraid we can get 20% return. So why won't I do Wakala? So, but I would now, they got stuck also because of the economy. They got stuck, and some of them that are supposed to sell in like 2-3 years, some of them took them to like almost 4 years to get out. So that leads us, innovation, that leads us to another stage. That stage we are is the off-taker stage. We now find out that the most important element in all this is the off-taker. We now feel, okay, let me get the off-taker, whoever comes to me, and start discussing. If you have not perfected your issue with off-taker, don't even come to me. Because if you know your off-taker, that is, off-taker is so important that before you even think of where to site your site, you have to think of the off-taker. Because the off-taker will influence where you site your site, what type of building will you do, what type of structure can you there, what type of infrastructure can you do there, and then how soon can you get out. So we focus on financing the off-taker. Once you have off-takers, and off-takers said, okay, we are ready, we can get like 10 years, 5 years financing. We can use those funds to fund the developer, and we have developed expertise in kind of project management, trying to make sure that at this stage we are following and we are monitoring. We make sure that these things happen at that time. So we have this, which is still currently going on. Once you come as a developer and you have perfected your off-taker angle, then you show of financing. Then we also have some off-takers, some private people that, yes, I want to buy and I have my full money now, but I'm afraid you may not be able to. And I don't want to give you my money because you want to sell 100 houses. You only sold 2 and you use my money to build the whole 100, which means my own will not be finished while I've already paid for it. So we also come up with giving these off-takers some guarantees. We give you a performance bond and we take your money and we make sure that your house is finished. So that's another way also for developers to enjoy our own services. If you go to any off-taker and you know you can deliver, and this off-taker is a bit skeptical, tell me, okay, my bank will give you a guarantee, you provide them the money, because the issue is we want to buy these materials. Like now, whoever bought materials 3 weeks ago cannot buy same materials now. Nobody, I don't need to talk about that. Everybody knows we are all in the same market. So that's what we call credit enhancement. We try to make sure that at least we enhance the collection by my colleagues that I call quasi kind of bankers. People give you deposit, I don't know bankers. So we're also financing projects directly, in the sense that sometimes developers do meet associations that have their own land and they are ready to take mortgages individually to pay. So you see, we can come in about a bridge financing to finance this developer, take it to the finish, and then we create mortgages for these individuals to pay off offset the kind of that. So I think in a nutshell, I'm just trying to come through history, what we started, is practically what we've been doing in 10 years, and that is why you see a lot of say, okay, let me go to Jai and discuss with them my own project. We either give advice, we do linkages, we also do a lot of collaborations. And with this, I think it's enough one, because my friend has already provided the basis. So I don't need to talk about my interest. I only talk about what actually happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for such a presentation and taking us through the evolution of interest banking in Jais. And what it has also spoken to is how the challenges along the line have been mitigated. analysis and information. We've also talked about what I call demand side led development and the supply side led. Supply side led is what you have in Abuja. You have a lot of expensive properties, dead properties, beyond what people can afford. That property that is developed and they're not in the market. You have a lot of capital tied up. And I think that's why there is moving to demand side led. In other words, focusing more on opticals as a basis for funding the development. Thank you so much. Now call on the NMRC to speak to us on the areas of intervention on non-interest. I know you are quite active in this because I know from years past, about 4 or 5 years ago, along with the other stakeholders, NMRC, along the Market Banking Association of Nigeria, Central Bank, Redan, and other stakeholders, we came up with what we call the non-interest mortgage underwriting standards, right? We have the formal sector underwriting standards. We also have the informal sector underwriting standards for those who are self-employed to ensure that we don't leave anybody behind in the market. And then, of course, we also came up with the non-interest underwriting standard. This was published and approved by Central Bank about 3 or 4 years ago. It's a means of standardizing mortgage underwriting because we realize that when you try and crack this housing nut in terms of reducing the deficit. Thank you. Come up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and I stand on the protocol. My name is Taufik Olatinwa, and I'm representing Mr. KJ, the MP of the German Insurance Company, who is for the absent, who also have a board AGM this week. So he was here yesterday. We have to go back early this morning. So he sent his one briefings and that. So for NMRC, well, I'm just going to give a very quick oversight about what we do. NMRC essentially is a secondary mortgage market, and we provide liquidity to the mortgage lenders, both with commercial banks as well as economic banks. When we started operations in 2020, and the core, program for us is to be able to ensure we broaden the mortgage market in Nigeria through liquidity, affordability of housing, and access to finance, standardization of the way we borrow money for housing, particularly to individuals home ownership. We also deal very clearly around new products to ensure that as I say, right from the very good people that who read, to ensure we are able to get to the critical. So since we started, we've been trying to accelerate, and we're still doing it. Mortgages there. So to date, we've done about 24 billion, and we're doing more. We're trying to grow the market extensively. So we focus a lot around new products. So I talked about where the moderator talked about the uniform underwriting standard. We've got the one for formal sector. We have the uniform underwriting standard for the informal economy, and we've actually developed another one for the non-interest, which essentially talks to what the factors. Very closely with the England as the Mortgage Association of Nigeria in terms of the awareness, in terms of the advocacy, because we know that if we are able to perform and we do NIB, non-interest banking for mortgages, we can capture another 50% of the market, that would be willing to carry on. So we looked at the key stakeholders in this respect. Regulators, that's CBN, the institutions like SEC, Stock Exchange Commission, the issuing hours, and we also started looking at the banks that are working around NIB, like Jai. Now we have Lotus, Taj, and others. But again, because this market is in its infancy, this is just beginning to build up to grow. We face a couple of issues when it comes to the approach and what we need to do. And I'm glad one of the speakers about the various types, Murabaha, as well as the Jara. We've tried a couple of them, work with the Taliban some few years back. But we're hoping that this forum will help us to really come together again. Now we are beginning to have a critical mass of the banks that are into non-interest banking. For us to move forward, to be able to go to the capital market, to run, build the pipeline. I'm also glad that one of the speakers talked about off-takers. That's actually the critical element. If we have enough off-takers, we're able to build the pipeline, and we can bond with the assets and go to the capital market to raise the super fund. I believe that's going to be the direction we should be going. As NMR, to go with you on this, and that's what we've been looking forward to since inception. That's going to create a new product that will also take care of at least 50% of market. So in conclusion, we're glad to be here. We're happy that we have the people that can really provide this pipeline, the stream of mortgages that we need to create for us to move forward. And I thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much for your short and precise presentation. Now we heard from the funders, from the non-interest banks. We also heard from a secondary market operator, NMRC. We now go to an operator who's probably tapped into funding for real estate development from non-interest banking. So we want him to share his experience with us. How has it been so far? What are his challenges? What are areas he needs improvement? What can we learn from this? At this point, I'll call on Abubakar Sadiq Mohammed to share his experience with us. This is the founder and CEO of Needs Reality Limited. Can choose to sit there.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, as everyone has stood on the existing protocol, I would like to do the same. It's a pleasure to be in the midst of people I would call giants, I would say. Founder of Copen Group, Reverend, seated here. I was quite honored to meet with him, although very brief. And every single one of you that have come within Nigeria and outside Nigeria to be a part of this show. I would come from the perspective of someone who came into this industry with barely a year, because we just started the company New Zoom. So we have barely about a year of experience, probably about 2 years, I would say. The year that COVID happened, the pandemic happened. And I remembered when we came up with the idea to come into this industry to become players. Before that, actually, I had worked in the oil and gas sector, precisely NNPC. So imagine the idea everyone had when I said, oh, I want to go into real estate development. And I had colleagues look at me and tell me that I'm resigning and leaving a job like NNPC to go into real estate. And they're like, you must be crazy or something. How do you leave a steady job for a market that is oversaturated? There are so many real estate projects out there not completed. You don't have the capital. So how are you going to go about doing this? And I just said, you know what, I just believe. And that was the only thing I needed to start. And a lot of times, we are our limitations. Someone tells me sometimes that the first challenge you have to entrepreneurship is capital, but I don't think that's the first challenge. The first challenge actually is you telling yourself you can do it, and you can do it differently, and you can do it the right way. So we started with our very first project. In fact, I remember we invited Alhaji Mansour. He was there for the groundbreaking ceremony in January 2021. He called me a few months ago when he drove past the project, and he couldn't believe the level we had gotten to. We went through quite a number of challenges, yes, while we started. Again, speaking about the fact that it was a red ocean. Numerous companies were already there. People were skeptical about going into real estate development or real estate investment. We had people look at us and tell us, you know, what concerns someone like you in this market? You shouldn't be here. Go and stay in the masjid and just give a talk. That's enough, right? But there's something that drives all of us, and that's the need to give back to our society, the need to see people better, the need to see people live in a way that is a semblance of a normal life. A lot of Nigerians don't want to be extremely wealthy. We don't want to have billions in the account. We just want to be able to have a comfortable home that we go back to, and our children living in a comfortable environment, and a system that enables us to be able to say, look, I can afford this sort of lifestyle without having to go and rob a bank. So we started, yes, engaging the banks. I remember we met with Jaiz, we met with a few other financial institutions. And finally, when they looked at our books, and I think that was something that was so important that Mr. Oyema mentioned during his session or during the first session, that it's not about accessing finance. It's about actually having what it takes, bringing out your books and doing the work to show that you're credible enough to have that finance. So you can't go to a bank and tell a bank, I want a loan. You are new. Nobody knows you. And we should give you money. When people take money and run out of this country, people who are even known will take the money and they don't pay back. There's a very popular saying in Yoruba, but I'll say it in English because I don't know how to speak Yoruba very well, unfortunately. And it says that the person that eats the loan is the one that will pay it back. Right? Isn't that true? That's true, isn't it? If you take the loan, you're the one that will pay it back. I really want to translate it to Yoruba. I can't. I'm so sorry. I don't want to murder the language. But I know we all understand the concept. The one who takes the loan is the one who pays back. So even if you tell me for 2 years I'm meant to pay, you give a particular rate of how much I have to pay back. If in 2 years I cannot pay back, ultimately I will pay that money back. Now that's for the one who has the mindset to want to fulfill that. But for many, they take the loan and they put it into something else. And that's why a lot of banks get skeptical to give finance to not just real estate developers, but businesses in general. But with real estate, it's even more peculiar because it's in this industry that you hear a lot of very sad tales from clients, off-takers who had paid money to developers to receive their products, to banks that had financed, and Haji Mansour had given some of the examples that Jais had to go through to learn and understand that it's not one thing to see a great idea, you must also see it being executed. Now, unfortunately, we came after they had had so many bad experiences, they were not ready to really give us any finance. But we were very appreciative of the advice and all of that. But we were able to gain financing through another facility, which I'm glad was highlighted here, called Murabaha. Now, through the Murabaha financing and a few other modes that we had also gotten through other financial institutions, Niels Realty was able to access about 1.5 billion from last year till date. And there were basic principles. Murabaha, for example, what it is basically saying is that you've come to me, you have an idea, I've seen what you have, I've seen your P&L accounts, I've seen your bill of quantity, I've seen the profitability analysis of your project, I see that it is something that is deliverable, but I will not give you this money directly. I'm not going to give you, this company, this money. Instead, where are your products that you want to purchase? I would rather pay the money to the vendors who would be providing you with the materials, and you use those materials to build. So basically, I need to buy 300 bags of cement, and I put that in a BOQ. They would not give me the amount for those 300 bags of cement. Instead, who are you buying your cement from? Dangote. So I would pay Dangote the amount for 300 bags of cement, which would be supplied to your company. This way, the bank protects itself and also ensures that what you are actually requesting for is what is delivered to you in order for your project to be done. This was one model we were able to use to get financing. Another model we used was what is called al-istisna and wakala. So istisna is basically A person comes to the company, says, okay, you have this product. I would like to buy this product from you, and I would buy it at so-so price. But after buying it, I also want you to resell it on my behalf, and I can make a return on my investment. So it's basically an investor. These are basic terminologies that still happen in the conventional banking system, but with the non-interest, as it states, it is non-interest. It is a case of, sharing in the losses. When there is a loss, you also share in that loss as the financier or the institution. And it's also hinged on growth, on development, on providing the initial seed capital that enables a company that had no background. I mean, we had no background in real estate. I would say the simple truth here. I've already mentioned I came from an oil and gas sector, NNPC retail to be precise. So anywhere you see the filling stations or fuel stations that provide the fuel, that's NNPC retail. It's not NNPC per se, but it's a subsidiary, an SBU of NNPC, the corporate, although now it's now NNPC Limited. It's not been sold, as some people might want to think.
Thank you, Abubakar. Maybe we'll pause at this point so we can take the last speaker. We can also have time for structured questions and interactions from the people on the floor. So thank you so much. And it shows that really, without being involved in real estate, you can start afresh and can access non-interest banking funding, which is basically non-conventional banking is cash flow lending. Cash flow lending, that's what we call it conventional banking. So I'm sure I'm happy that it shows people that it's really possible to access funding, because the more people we have in the supply side, the more people involved there, the more units we develop can increase. And of course, prices can come down as well. The more
So what we do is to see whoever comes to say to us, give us an example. Like you see people out the package, things with wrong. Then go through that route of saying that you want to value. And we try to do that very quickly as well, because we know that information affects the company. So we are mindful of the customer. So we help you control that, pay all your suppliers, supply, and we even further appoint the project manager that follow the process. So we get a milestone report before we even disperse. So we don't just wake up and give you one project. You might want to buy a car. That's the truth. So we just discuss the milestone, and we've seen that that level of partnership, you are able to support that developer, the project gets done. And another thing we do then is to say, okay, on the supply side, we're able to keep mortgages. So that takes you out on the developer side. So it takes us out, and then you can do it. While we continue to do the property as well. So basically, I think we pretty much do the same thing without having to brand it. For us, we call it we don't come back any transaction. We just
Thank you very much. In my former life, I was a mortgage banker as well. I would want us to leave this room thinking that there are three distinct differences. Number one, from normal conventional lending, you need security. It is required by central bank. This is not single and non-required knowledge. So that's number one. Number two, issue of pricing. For conventional lending, of course, with the price at any point in time, CBN just change rates. It's 14% now. Of course, you expect your lenders to write to you telling you in line with money market changes, rates are going to go up. From what we have been told, cost plus, this does not change. Number two. Number three, for conventional lending, if you fail to pay on due date, there are penal rates which you charge. It's part of your income. If you fail to pay, there are penal charges. It does not go to their income. It goes into charity. So I think they are quite distinct. I don't want people to go away. The point is, as much as possible, we want to open up the space. The more sources of funding we have for housing finance, whether from the supply side or the demand side, it's better for us. The more homeowners, the more rental housing. So that's it. We now open up the space for questions. We can take 3 questions because we have 2 other sessions after this. We have it from 3 sides of the hall, from the right, from the middle, and from the left. We'll start from, okay, fine. And I want to be gender sensitive this time around, since we don't have any lady on this panel. So we can take the first one from a lady. Oh, are you a lady, man with the cap? Any ladies in the house? All right, since the ladies are getting ready to ask questions, let's start from the extreme right. Anybody from the extreme right? Okay, I have a lady there, please. Thank you. Your name, what you do, and then your question.
Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon. My name is Kawa. I want to ask, like, for the non-interest banking, how do they make money to support other maybe to support other off-takers that would like to key into the project? Because I know that when you give money, you expect to make profits, to be able to have more money to give to others. So how do you make more money since you don't charge interest for that?
Second question. Saka the motor short. I'll take you last. So let's have others here, please. Yes, gentleman there, please.
Hello, good morning. I'm a dog. It's good afternoon. Sorry, I'm a dog at Schroeder. I think there is a clarification I will need probably from you to be able to explain further. Since yesterday we are hearing about demand side subsidies and supply side subsidies. Well, people are also new to the real estate industry. I want if there can be further clarification on this demand side driven subsidies or the supply side please. Thanks.
From the left side? Okay, fine. The lady with the cap. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Yahalere from Kaduna State Mortgage and Foreclosure Authority. My question is to the Lotus manager. A beautiful presentation, actually. What I don't understand, I happen to come across an offer letter for this non-interest financing. I think this other list or by nation rental rate of 8%. Ordinary officer would think, okay, you say no interest, but which one is this rental rate of 8%? I think we need to have more clarification so that we'll be able to explain what happens when you see this kind of clouds. Then the second question is my friend's topic from the LMRC. Remember 2019 when I was there, the first time I attended this conference, Kaduna State was always speaker after speaker commending Kaduna State for the efforts it has done housing process. First state in Nigeria to pass the law. We signed chapter agreement with our company and FHA, where we put in this over 3 billion for financing. And unfortunately, at the point of disbursement, the company withdrew from the partnership, citing non-availability of approval for financing, which to this moment we are yet to be formally informed or explained why in the first place you signed the chapter agreement, knowing fully well don't have state regulatory. Second question is, what do you have as an alternative now for state so that we are still yet to recover that failure? We are just trying to take our pieces, enter into agreement with our financial institutions for this project financing. We have close to 2,000 officers that have key in this project financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Hi, the Motor Show, Executive Van. How do you comment your question? That's the last one.
Thank you, Dean, for I'm glad that Abby is here, and I'm also very excited with the comments from my agenda. So my own comment is that I'm talking directly now to those. We had tried our hand on having a mortgage bank with specialization in non-interest, and they know that from 3 or 5 years ago, we were trying to set up one, but it didn't click. Yet to click. Might click. But we already have underwriting standards for non-interest house of finance, which is globally accepted. So my comment is that having touched on syndication, which should be a very, very good platform between the non-interest banks and the mortgage banks. So we want us to think more after this session as to how we could make that happen so that we draw a good linkage between the non-interest banks and the mortgage banks in terms of finding facilities or platform for Nigerians that want to mortgage banks. So that's thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we have more questions. I'll take the first question. The issue of supply side, demand side, what is it all about? Now, any market is made up of demand and supply. Demand side are those who want to buy houses. Supply side are those who are involved in making houses available. Who are these? Developers, construction companies, and all the people involved. What is a house? Basically, land, titling, land, external infrastructure, access road to the land, internal infrastructure in the estates. That is what a house is. Land plus improvement on it, which is what a house is. And of course, infrastructure, internal water, sewage, power, and all of that. So anybody involved in providing this is involved in supply side. While all the parties under the supply side, we have, apart from the developers, we also have the government, who is responsible for titling. We also have the banks funding land purchase, funding construction, funding development. They are also part of the supply side. The banks play a double role. They also play a role in demand side because the banks as well also fund those who want to buy houses, either to live in as owners or for those who want to invest in housing for rental housing. So they are also involved in this. Now, in terms of subsidy, you can either have subsidy on the supply side. What makes houses expensive? Cost of land, cost of external infrastructure, cost of internal infrastructure. For the presentation by the chairman of Egypt Mortgage Fund, he did say that they are already intervening in supply side. See, land is 0%, infrastructure is free as well. That is supply side intervention. Even titling, in terms of cost of titling, because one, you have to title the land first before you can even develop the land. Because if you develop untitled land, there is no way anybody going to buy that from you as a property. There is no way you're going to have a funder, either non-interest or ABI, to fund that as a mortgage. So that is why titling is important. So whatever subsidies interested in making this accessible and affordable is supply side subsidies. And that's what Egypt is doing. They're also doing this also in an area of cost, interest. In other words, for instance now, lending rates is about 20-25% or going higher. A lot of people cannot afford this. So if government decides to say, look, even though the rate is 25%, we, for certain people below a certain income level, even if the rate is 25%, the government will take 15% of the cost. That means rather than paying 25%, you are paying 10%. That is a demand side subsidy. It makes it more affordable because if you are doing underwriting at 25%, a lot of people will not meet the underwriting standard. They cannot pay back. It is too exorbitant. So government can say not more than 10%. If 15% you will provide it, that is demand side. Maybe that will make it more accessible for mortgages or non-interest funding finance under demand side. I hope that's that I will call housing 101. So that's a summary of demand side and supply side. There are a lot of intervention, a lot of things being done. We heard about Colombia yesterday. We also heard from Maria yesterday when she talked about all these kind of subsidies. The important thing is to target subsidies where it makes what the most impact. Why it's most impactful? Because when you make the most impact, you have more people becoming homeowners. And of course, you know what goes along with housing, economy, all the sectors, people buying houses, people buying, furnishing the houses and all of that. That is why in terms of GDP contribution, they say this is a lot to be done. We are only doing about 0.5%, up to 1% per GDP. While other countries is much more than this. But that would have taken the question on subsidies, supply side. Now the other question, direct question, there was a question by the lady there. I think Lotus can take that. Lotus can take that. Why the question from the man from Kaduna, for Jais and for NMRC? Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon once again. I think the question was, how do we make money if that interest? Well, basically, with traders, the bank that trades, you want to buy a car, the cost of the car is 1 million. You come to us, we do our analysis, we buy the car at 1 million, we sell it to you at 5 million naira. So by the time you add 500,000 times 60 for all the cars maybe you buy in a month, that makes the profit for that particular month. For mortgage, we buy the house and then we lease it to you with an agreement that you're going to buy the house from us over the facility tenure. So while you stay in the house, you pay us rent, which is different from the cost of the house. It's just like what happens normally in the normal market. You have a house now being maybe transferred to the house. You have to go and rent a house. You pay the landlord the rent, and of course it's his own house, so he takes that and does whatever he wants to do with it. So for a bank, once buy the house, we visit you. That rent you pay us regular to our bottom line and the funds the profit, which the bank takes care of its expenses and pay the salary of everybody as well as dividend to the owners of the bank. I hope I'm able to answer the question.
Thank you. Quickly, we can have Jais and NMRC respond to the Kaduna question from the man from Kaduna. Quickly, we need to wrap up the next 1 minute, so maybe 2 minutes. So please try and respond to that. Can take photographs and end the session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think he has two questions. One of them concerns he's seeing rent. Just like what Alaska said. Basically, we do mostly 3 things. We do buying and selling. When you do buying and selling, you have a margin to agree the kind of memorandum. We have agreed that, okay, this is what we are going to charge on the asset when we buy. And then we buy the asset and sell with that price we agreed. And most of the times you see that price is the money market price, almost same as what the other banks do. Almost same. But the issue is, once we are locked, because it's a sell, we can't go back. Like now, just last week, 200 basis point would affect a lot of facilities around. But anybody who took his facility from a non-interest bank, it's a sell. It's an absolute thing. It has already been there, and that is what you pay. And most of the times, you take some loans or you take facilities when you have cash flows. These cash flows are supposed to come and liquidate that facility. For a conventional bank, when you are used to collecting your salary on the 25th and it didn't come until the 30th, you are supposed to pay a penal interest for that 5 days, because your account, the current account, will go into debit, and it will be at default interest rate for those 5 days. But because in a non-interest bank, it's a sell, even though this account salary has not been paid, it's not your fault. It's a risk that the bank has taken. So those 5 days are going to go free. Nothing is going to be added. For the presenter has said something about penalty. That happens when this guy, instead of the salary come, he went and diverted the salary elsewhere, and it went elsewhere, and we found asset, and he said the rental charge is also asset. Because it has to be remedied. It has to be a absolute amount. Okay, this is the rental charge, so that monthly will now be you will be charged that amount, and also the same amount when that's accrued and you did not pay will not attract anything.
We had to, well, it was, we could move forward with it. So when we started the discussion, we already sent a letter to CBN, the regulator, asking for approval, and we were very confident that we would get it. At the end of the day, given the situation, the type of transactions that we put together, we did not get the approval, so we couldn't move forward. So very clearly, we could not violate, the rules and regulations already given to us by the regulators. Secondly, we're really happy that you've been able to get up to 2,000 off-takers, which is fantastic. So we just need to look at how feasible it's going to be for us to move forward. But we still need the approval from CBN for us to be able to do the kind of transactions that we put together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all the members of this session, participants. You've been wonderful. I think we deserve a round of applause. Thank you so much. And with this, we didn't come to the end of this session. I'm sure we can have the program. Thank you all for your time, for listening, and for being active in this session. Thank you all.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them. The second session on day 2 of the AIHS, and the theme for this session was non-interest banking as a veritable financing platform. It has really been an engaging session for today. With you, we have someone who is in need of a non-interest bank, and this is for Lotus Bank. Lotus Bank, if you're the representative of the CEO, if you are listening to me right now, there is someone who wants to engage with Lotus Bank for, I believe, a non-interest loan, maybe. I think this man wants a bank that will give him a loan and leave him alone. So Lotus Bank, be aware of this. And please, you have your phones here, please download the AIHS on iPhone. I think you can. You can, yes, please. You can download on iPhone also. It's called AIHS Connect. Remember that you can interact with any of the speakers, the developers, the banks, and what have you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to take a word or two from our
corporate. We have some of them right here who are ready to do their presentations, and we have just 3 minutes for each of them. 3 minutes, please. We need this very fast. The first is Lafarge, and we have Femi Yusuf, who will be doing the presentation for Lafarge. Nigeria Vitapol, please get ready. Sinoma, get ready. Enugu State Housing Development Corporation, get ready. In that order. Put your hands together, please, for Lafarge as they come up for their presentation. Please, 3 minutes before we go into the third session for today.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Femi Yusuf. I'm the head of innovation and new products for Lafarge. Our presentation will be around our water products, 3D printing. We would like to share some of the progress we've made today. Next, I think, presentation. Please, can we have the slide? Yeah, the next slide. So, we've worked very hard over the past few years to bring in water into the construction space. What we found out that after you do your construction, framing, and blocking, you still have to clean a whole lot of materials inside. There's a lot of waste and there's pressure more regards to health and safety. Next slide. So, product styling. Because of time, you will see me what I have to do. So I'll have to go. Next slide. Okay, good. So I've been given a reader. I have 10 minutes. I can start my break. Next slide. So our product is called Superflex. It's a cementitious material. All you need to do is to add water and you apply. We are going to move into a whole of you will see that within the space of 3 years we work very hard. Now we have not just the normal standard products, we also have waterproof, we have the waterproof, which I'll talk about. It's to Nigerian standardized and also to European standards. Next slide. This is what we have as the basic product. So you have the basic product, which is C0, C1, and C2. And what they do is they allow you to place your tiles. So depending on how heavy the tile is and the size of the tile, the basic simple tiles use C0. As it gets bigger, you use C1. The marble tiles you use C2. Next slide. And this is just to go through, because we've had a lot of questions from after introducing the product. We've had a lot of questions on application, and this allowed us to know that within the industry there's a lot of education that needs to be done, a lot of training, and it's a bit of a struggle because you are a commercial organization. You want to bring the product to solve problems, but at times your ability to do that is dependent on the skill sets of the people. So we are doing both at the same time. So we developed a standard procedure on how to apply. We developed videos that we share to customers, to masons, to artisans. We also support, we have various groups and we support them in their various activities. But there's a lot more to do to actually get them to the project that they're very confident. Next. Next slide. Yes, so we've had to put this like ordinarily for a forum like this. We really need to talk about it, but you'll be shocked to know that in a lot of cases they don't even know what to do. And it's important to bring this to the fore. See, while we're talking about solutions, then one of the participants speaking a lot about how you work on the value chain to bring down the costs. I'll speak a little bit about that in a little bit. How you bring down the cost of construction, how you make sure that in that value chain, whatever you produce eventually adds up and determines the cost. But we find out that even in the process of doing that, they don't know the standard construction methodology. They don't have to. Where they even have to, they don't even know to. So things as basic as financial put a lot of slack, and safety is a big part of what we do. And they don't have this too. So we have POS materials. I'm sharing this to you know how much we do in the back end. It's a lot of work. It's not giving hand deals and asking our distributors and retailers to sell. So our POS materials contains a lot of things that we share. And then after yesterday we were having an engagement with women that are interested in going into the. So we're starting at that bring on board. At that forum, some of this we share to train about next slide. So in addition to our basic products, also a little bit to say we need to have special technology. We now have a multi-product swimming. We've done a couple of trials in Lagos, and the interest is really catching up fast. We've seen some very now for the wall screen, this I think is important for us in Lagos. It's going to get more and more important. We have a lot of multi-story buildings coming up in Lagos. The space is tight, and what you find out is after using, of course, a professional company like ours to do your casting very well because you don't have space. So they do the framing very well, and they do the partition work very well. And they still do the materials walls both internal and external. It slows down the work, it makes the work very challenging. So we now have a player within that height you can do your wall. Then for the flooring as well, because you know how bad it was, but so the transfer of levels, you know, the site engineering. Cement quite expensive to get floor correct for now. So we are talking about costs now. We're talking about why the cost of construction is so expensive. So for us, we have flooring what that does is you have your floor in mass construction. You can actually finish the floor with that, or there are issues with getting it and it's 700 naira per bag compared to when you have to mix your standard cement and sand, or you mix some people even mix concrete. Next slide. And we just felt it's nice to showcase what this is a good news artist church, full stop consultants. I think our of the consultants on that one. We have a banking hall. We have a residential building in Banana Island. Next slide. So this is a multi-story building that we're chasing very, very fast. We hope that project is complete. That's for internal and external. So it's done, the framing is completed. That's funding is planning. We hope to work with that as well. Next slide. Okay, so that summarizes what we've done in water, what we hope to do in the near future. For 3D printing, we've also made substantial progress because there are two components to it. There is the actual mod water, you need to put it to the machine and it actually comes in. So we're able to do water treatment. Also, we're looking at a couple of trial projects by the end of this year. We're looking at about 10 businesses to put in order. And this is an actual model that we developed 2 weeks ago with the potential. Next slide, please. So what we also did, because there's been a lot of questions about what value 3D printing can bring. And so gradually, we decided it's like a research and development thing. All the values cannot come out immediately. So gradually, now we are stabilizing. We're getting to the point where we can actually bring the project to reality. Some of these are one is the environmental impact assessment. So within our space, we have what's called brick. We have a traditional form of construction, and we have 3D printing. And what we're saying is that 3D printing has the lowest environmental impact, and it's a calculated value. It's not something we're just taking out of. Next slide. Yes, so for project examples, this also has been coming up several times. Where can 3D printing be used? So in East Africa, our technical partner, who is also in the part of Subsidy, has done a lot on housing, education, housing, affordable housing. In education, they've done quite a bit. I think for the education, that came pretty far because they had local government that didn't have schools at all. And it was okay, with the kind of speed and power we have, can we test this? We have the local government maybe 2,000, 3,000 children in school. Let's try this. We succeeded with building two classrooms. The teachers were there. It was a partnership between us, like the 14 police and the power and some other government agencies, including the US. So providing the teacher, providing the school, let's have the building, it's comfortable itself. And we have next slide, please. Okay, so this is our product, and the reason why we have to talk about this is